Hey guys, running a tad bit behind today, but here we are. So I'm just gonna get right into it. Working on Breya today. This is the one that we were gonna do last week. Didn't get to it because the other one was, well, if you were watching last week, because one of my pencils crapped out on me, and I spent a good half hour trying to fix it unsuccessfully. So I picked up some extras, and we're good to go. So I've already got this one kind of sketched out, and hopefully this one doesn't take near as long as the last one. But got nothing else to do today, so if it does, then cool. Don't have a lot of viewers just yet, so start drawing stuff. And I'll take a look at the chat every now and then. Hello, Broccoli Howard. I'm guessing you're, was I just talking to you? I think I was just talking to you. Yeah, Sliver Queen guy. How's it going? Did you make the right decision yet? So we're doing something a little different than normal. This is a Marvel character instead of an original design. Talked to a couple friends today to make sure I make the right decision. Yeah, no problem. I get it. Especially if you decide to go with like the package or the bigger thing. Like that's a pretty big purchase. You gotta make sure that you want to make that. That said, obviously if you do the larger one, there's a time. It takes time, so you're gonna have a little weight on that. But the actual Sliver Queen part, where you just do what I call the judge-friendly kind of basic altar, that's a really quick turnaround. I can get that done and shipped back within a week. So you'd have that pretty quickly. It's just these bigger ones, or like the playmats and the deck boxes, and those take a really long time. I have a couple. Yeah, I have a few ahead of you. That's good. Leaning pretty heavily towards my stuff. It's expensive. Is it though? Like, it's relative, right? So like, it's a hobby, and people spend money on what they want to spend money on. But that tends to be kind of how it works. Like with my work, either you really love what I do, or you don't. There's not a whole lot of in between. And the people who really do love it, they're willing to kind of pay for it. And it's, generally those are the types of people who they understand and appreciate art. They look at this more like a piece of art that happens to be on, a canvas of their favorite hobby, instead of paint on a magic card, So, I like to think that that's what this is. I'm selling you a piece of art, and not just painting on a magic card. Best I've seen in your style. Thank you. I'm also, if you've seen others in my style, I'd be really interested to see them, because I didn't know anybody did anything like me. So I would like to see. Let's see. Today I am working from a reference photo. So if you see me kind of looking off to the side, the client specifically wanted Ilyana Rasputin. She is a Marvel character, pretty awesome Marvel character. You can see her in the New Mutants, that movie that came out recently that got terrible reviews and nobody talked about it, but it's actually really great. So I considered using the actress and doing a more kind of realistic portrait, but this is more, I feel like it's just kind of cooler to go this way. I'm still kind of going to put my spin on it and make it a little more realistic in the face, but not like portrait realistic, if that makes any sense. Broader style of realism. I see what you're saying. Yeah, thank you. I do. I specialize in the realism, like the portraits. I specialize in portrait work, which not too many altar artists do specialize in that. You get you more commonly to find artists that specialize in like pop art, anime, border extensions, like what you're looking for. Those are the most common. I think that's kind of the more beginner, entry level style that every new artist that comes, they try that, or they do that for a while to kind of build up. Portraits. There's only a couple artists that do it. I think if I had to guess, I would. Well, it's more than a guess. I've had these conversations with other artists. I think a lot of people are just afraid. They're intimidated by portraits, and it's kind of just one of those mental blocks you got to get past, and once you come to the realization that it's just shapes and lines and shading like everything else, and you just kind of pay attention to that, it's really, you know, a portrait's no different than anything else. Yeah, lots and lots of anime artists. I don't honestly know when I started looking into like starting portraits and stuff. I just kind of always I like emotion. I like showing emotion, and sorry, I'm trying to focus. So this pencil that I'm using is, let me adjust my focus here. Let's see. I don't know if you can see that, but let's see. There we go. It's really tiny. Look at that. Let me put that lead out there for you. That's small stuff. So it breaks really easily, and but it gives me some good detail. But it's constantly snapping on me, so I have to focus. Hi, first time chat, Mew Skadri. I think I'm probably butchering that, but hello. Thanks for hanging out. Curse is broken. Good to see you, Skooma. Just popping in for a little bit today. Have a good one. Hey, thanks, Sean. Yeah, if you can tell, I'm just playing some generic music in the background today. Even though I have permission from all of my friends, and their publishers have cleared me to play their music. For whatever reason, YouTube sucks, and they keep flagging it, and they completely removed my last video and gave me a warning, and then Twitch left my videos up but muted half of them. So it's just, I don't understand. You know, I've gone through all the channels and have the permission and the everything through the publishers. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it getting my account taken down. So, generic background music it is. Yeah, super annoying. I like listening to their music, and I like promoting my friends, you know. I've had several people on here who have listened to, like, Kyle, Thunder Jackson, and say that, you know, they've been listening to him nonstop ever since, you know. So, like, I like doing stuff like that, but I remember in school I'd use 0.5 and it would break a lot for me. You must be super gentle. Dang it, I just snapped my pencil. You see, as I'm reading, you must be super gentle, and I just smacked it down and snapped it. I'm not super gentle. Copyright with streaming is a joke. It's such a joke. Yeah, so this is a 0.3. This is what I used to use all the time until I found these guys, and I special order these 0.2s. I hate that you get shut down for playing music while streaming. You'd think it'd be a good thing sharing music. Yeah, especially because I'm not a huge channel. Like, I only just started, so it's not like I'm monetizing any of this, you know? And especially because I have permission from the artist and their publisher. Like, they've gone in. In fact, what's really interesting is if you go and you look at my YouTube videos, some of the ones that are still up, like if I go into my like video manager and stuff, it'll show, it says the publisher has cleared you to use these songs and that there's no issue with those videos. The exact same songs that my video last week got taken down for. So I'm not going to be that guy who contacts my friends to ask them to talk to their publishers every single week to do it every single week. Like, that's just, you know, that's just shitty. So, yeah. So. Alright, what's this card? I'm working on a Memnarch commission at the moment. This is, at the bottom of the screen there, Breya, the Ethereum Shaper. And I did floating text, which you'll see me painstakingly remove at the end of all of this. This is going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to do a lot of silver on this one, I think, which is going to be fun. So, yeah, could be pretty fun. Could be fun. Could also mess it all up. We will see. Let's see. Let's see. Is this the card itself? If so, how do you strip it? Yes, this is the actual card. And I have masked off all of the important bits. So the mana cost, the name, power toughness, and all of the relevant text. and then I don't strip my cards the normal way. So I sand them down, and then I do a very specific, like a spray paint primer, and then another. I sand it again, and then that way it's the same thickness as a normal card. And then I use that as my base, and then I'll remove all the masking that I did, and then kind of do another. I'll finish it, and then sand it down one more time so that it's nice and smooth. Thank you. Let's see. What brought you to name cheaper altars you do judge friendly if judges had issues with your full altars in the past? So no judge is going to allow a full altar like this. Not in a sanctioned event. There's rules you have to follow. You can't change the art and make it unrecognizable. It can't be marked in any way, so like the paint can't be too thick or like anything sticking up. You have to leave the relevant, the name, CMC, power, toughness, and relevant text all has to be left alone. It can't be touched. And then even then, the reason why the quotes are over judge friendly is because no artist can guarantee that any altar that they do will be allowed to be used in a tournament. That's always up to the individual head judge of each event. But more often than not, the way that I do my altars, I don't think I've ever had a judge not allow them. But when you catch one on a bad day, and anything can happen. These are fine for Commander though, since Commander doesn't really play by normal sanctioned rules. I've never had any issue. I don't think anyone's had an issue with full art altars in playing Commander. To be honest, I'd allow your alters. I'm an L2 and I judge a few competitive events per month. As long as the alter isn't too thick, relevant information is there, and isn't impersonating another card, I'd say go ahead. Relevant information, meaning mana, cost, and name. Are you saying you'd allow these full alt like these with the as long as the text was there, where I've completely changed the image entirely? We'll see, and that's awesome. And to be honest, like, yeah, I mean, most judges that I've met or known or know are pretty cool about it. Like, I've even had judges come up to me at events and be like, hey, you can't be using that or whatever, and then they'll like look down and see it and be like, oh shit, that's really cool, never mind, go ahead. Like, I've had them do that. But generally, just to be on the safe side, like, I don't recommend that people get something like this if they're wanting to only play it in tournaments. Like, that's not Commander. Commander's fine. I think you'd have to be a real a-hole of a judge to not allow an alter in Commander. But for something like a sanctioned Modern or Legacy event, like, they don't really go by. Now, I have seen the full alts go in like a vintage tournament or old school because, like, that's just a kind of a more chill crowd overall anyway. But plus they allow proxies in those, even in the sanctioned things, so they're not really sanctioned, but you know what I mean. Sometimes people have the alt off to the side and use another card in their deck. Yeah, and that's fine too, you know, but oh, but you're in Utah. So, yeah, it just kind of depends on where you are, and, you know, like I said, the individual judge, if they're having a good day, a bad day, what their beliefs are, what their, you know, just, there's just so many factors, and, you know, obviously as an artist I can't control any of those, so, you know, I say judge friendly, but, you know, at your own, you know, your own risk. But I can, you know, at least, that does come with at least the disclaimer that I've never had anything not be playable. getting there. I always like to start on the face. Makes you feel, it's the hardest thing. So you get that done first. Everything's kind of downhill from there. Plus, you don't want to spend all your time doing all this stuff just to get to the face, the most important part, and then mess it up and have wasted all your time. So. Sorry for the overload of questions. Hang on, let's see. If you mess up, do you just erase and retry? How would a more extreme mistake work for you? Sorry for the overload of questions. So if I mess up, I usually can try and erase it. The more extreme mistakes come from whenever I am using ink, obviously, once I get to the inking phase. And, I don't really, especially if it's like, because, some of these cards that I work on are really expensive. Not all of them, but some of them. And so, I try not to, first of all, I try not to mess up, but sometimes that can't be helped, and if I do, then I try and fix it the best I can and just kind of go with it. Let's see here. Looking super good so far. Thank you. We're getting there. Fingers start to hurt whenever I work small like this. Rip lead. Yeah, man, I keep breaking it. It's like right there. kind of want to go ahead and do spray. I did mask the text box. Well, not the box, but like the individual text. I did floating. It's called floating text is what I call it, where I mask off each individual word or letter or whatever. It's a pain in the butt for me, costs more money for you, but usually turns out a lot cooler than it's usually worth it. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's see. Oh, on the Underground Sea altar you did. How did you do the foiling? My sliver deck is 99% foiled out with best versions. The sliver queen is the 1% because obviously there is not a foil for it. So, yeah. I did that very painfully. I can do it. I can do it in the same style even as the rest that I kind of showed you. Very similar to that Underground Sea, to add the foiling and everything. But that it requires me stripping and transferring another foil card, which is just a pain in the butt for me. But obviously doable. I guess what I'm leading into is that no longer falls under the category of my basic price range. It's that particular part is a foil peel. On that Underground Sea in particular, it wasn't just a foil peel; it was actually a card transfer. Like there was some surgery that had to be done because that Underground Sea was actually fire damaged, so it was missing pieces of it, and all the pieces you see in foil were where I replaced. I had to cut out another card and kind of like Frankenstein together cards and then foil it out to cover it up and save it. But yes, so I would do the basic altar and then I would design it and I would add the foil peel to it to make it foil. But that would add a little to the price. But I can see that if the rest of your deck is entirely foil, why you would want some foil added to your sliver. Now that said, a lot of the times, using my gold or silver, once I apply that and build the card, it's super shiny, and it kind of does the same thing. I mean, obviously, if you want that kind of rainbow aesthetic of the foil, then we have to do foil. But yeah, we could just do gold or silver or mix of. What would that price look like? If I had to go through and do the foil peel and everything on top of the basic, it'd probably be about $500. I really don't like doing the foil peel. Yes, it looks really nice. It looks really, really good when it's done. It's not something I look forward to doing. Same with the floating text here. Actually, interestingly enough, this floating text is something I used to charge a premium for. I would charge a lot more for this because I hate doing it. I despise doing it. But when I started getting my prices up to a certain point, and I've got kind of my top tier that I explained to you earlier, I figure if someone's going to spend that much money on a card, if they want foil or if they want floating text, I'll do floating text. Now if they opt for a smaller, like a lesser detail, like not my top tier, and they also want floating text, then I charge more for the floating text also. Gold or silver also makes a lot of sense. Not all of it is rainbow foiling. I do have some etched foils. Yeah, so there you go. So you add the, let me see if I can, I'll be right back. I'm gonna walk over here and grab something and show you. Okay. Some clients are going to get mad at me because I haven't made it to the post office yet. But, so this, see, it makes it nice and shiny. I don't want to take it out of the sleeve because I've already sealed it, but you don't need you don't necessarily need the foil. It does a pretty good job. I'm gonna go put these back so I don't forget to ship them later today. I got an apple in my mouth. Hold on. Yes, it does. The basic price that that flat rate that I offer, that includes, just your normal basic stuff. And if I do add gold or silver to it, that's usually with like a pin. And it is like a metallic, and it does look nice. But it's just, those are, it's basically all the things that I could do if say you sat down in front of me and said, hey, here's this, at an event or something, then I would take it and I have some things in my pocket and I can just do it. That's what I'm doing. Anything that like I would have to take back to my hotel room and do, and then bring back the next day, which would be, pulling out and using the the adhesive and the brush and the gold and the gilding and all that stuff. That's extra. I'm gonna go spray this, I think. Oh no. Oops. Glad I paid attention to what I'm doing. do what you want type altars where I give you some money, tell you I want gold to be incorporated, and maybe look into it. Yes, in fact, very rarely do I do requests. I've been doing this long enough, I guess, that most of my clients and collectors, they like what I do, so they say do what you do. They'll send me, at the very least, they send me obviously the card they want. I don't say this is the card you get. They send me the card that they want, and then I usually just kind of do whatever I want. Sometimes I like to stick on theme with what the card is and the flavor and everything. Other times I just go crazy and surprise you. Generally what happens is the more input that you have, the worse the card's gonna be. Some of the altars that I've done that I'm just not particularly proud of or not happy with are altars where a client really wanted to be very hands-on and kept changing things or adding things, or sent me like a very specific reference photo or photos and says combine all these into something, and it's just so I mean I do that. I just don't enjoy, I don't think that they turn out as good as they could. Sometimes a client will say, hey, I want this piece to be full body, and it's gonna have this figure or whatever, and I try to explain, hey, that's great if I am able to just do whatever I want, right? But you've sent me this portrait, this photo of this very specific person that you want me to recreate in a full body form on a tiny card. That's just not going to happen. I can't get that kind of detail. Now, if you want me to make it look kind of cool and stylized and get some detail and make it look interesting, I can do 3-4 people on a card, because it doesn't have to look like somebody. So like I'll try and say, hey, let's go a little bit bigger, and like even this I would like to go a little bit bigger, that's when you start getting, when I can do a card as like the face, like a portrait, then I can really get some good detail. But like, it's not always a figure. Like sometimes it's a creature or whatever. I don't like doing lands. I'm not a big landscape kind of guy. So there's that. I pretty much just do. Once upon a time in my life, I was a tattoo artist, or was, apprenticing to be a tattoo artist, and decided, pretty early on that it wasn't for me, because I couldn't sit there every day and have someone come in and tell me what they wanted. And it, the amount of work it takes to be a tattoo artist that gets to just do whatever you want on somebody, it's almost impossible. It's very rare. So with this, this I get to just do what I want, and it's fun. This one in particular, not entirely just what I want. This, like I said, this client did say, hey, I want this particular character on the card. And there was some stipulations and some things that had to be included. But otherwise, like, the design kind of was up to me, and I was originally going to go use the actress that played her in the New Mutants movie and do just kind of like a full portrait, but I really wanted to include the sword and stuff, and so using this reference and kind of going more stylized with the hair and everything, but getting some somewhat realistic features. It's very stylized. It's clearly not photorealistic, but yeah, I felt like this was kind of fun for this piece. Now I think I'm at a place where I can spray it.
What does it mean to be happy?
I'll be right back.
'Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on the show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I tried to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Doctor, I feel dead inside.
Alright, let's see here. So this is where we're at so far. Gonna adjust it a little bit.
Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I tried to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
Alright, I am going to take a quick break and run to the restroom. Time for a restroom break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see here. Thank you. Make sure everything's good. Alright, it's probably dry by now. Best way to do this, I think. You are making my Tuesdays. Oh, good, man. Glad to hear it. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Okay, let's see. Trying to decide how I want to go about this. I think the best way. I know. I think the best way is to get some line work done. getting there.
The wind is blowing through her hair. We like to head out on the road, and you know we don't really care, cause we're just doing what we want. She likes it when I treat her good. She likes it when I treat her bad. She likes to travel all around. I take her everywhere and back. Yeah, oh, you fucking with the man, girl. You throw it right back, no I like that. I'ma bite back, you know I become a fan, girl. The way you throw back like a Kodak, girl, you own that. Cruise around without a plan, girl. We'll never go back, girl, you know that. You were so bad, let's just spend a couple grand, girl. You know you're fucking with the man, girl. Yeah. Oh, you could have been a good girl, but instead you chose a real world. Yeah, you've always been a savage. Oh, you've always been a bad chick.
Need it to be royalty free, and I don't know if that is or not. It's first, got some words. Let's see. Let's see. We got some music here. Pin is super satisfying, the large dark one. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Do I have a favorite altar I've done? Yeah, maybe. I have a few. Let me see. I'll pull them up on my phone. Give me just a second. There we go. There's a bunch that I really love. I guess, yeah, one in particular, one does kind of stand out to me as my favorite. It's an older one. Let me get to it. Find it first. Sorry, I got a bunch. Okay. So here we go. Actually, let me see if I can adjust so that it'll actually. Focus. Alright. So, this one is technically 4 altars. Because it is, well, here, I'll swipe and then I'll explain them. Whoops, I kind of ruined it. So the idea behind this one is, it's the card Brainstorm. And it is, the art is showing him brainstorming. And then the set, because it is a playset, is actually the card itself brainstorming, so it's a very meta altar. And so this is my favorite I've ever done. A lot of people think that I'm posting progress shots, but it's actually 4 different altars. But yeah, this is by far my favorite altar that I've ever done. I have a lot of others that I really like a lot, but that's my favorite probably. They each look good on their own, but as the set, it's stunning. Yes, thank you. Funny enough, that's a very old altar. That's one of my, I don't want to say one of my first ones, but like it's old, and that was back when my prices were way cheap. So I don't know how much that client spent for the full playset. Back then I thought it was a lot, but now for as much work as I put into that, like that's you got a good deal, because that's still to this day probably my favorite. I have some others that I really like. This one's an old favorite of mine. Let's see. Guardian Beast. That one was fun. And then I've always liked this one. This one is one of my favorites also. I've also always really enjoyed this Jace. It's an old one also. I'm not, it's kind of, it's not really focusing properly. Guardian Beast has been a favorite for sure. Yeah, that's an old one. That's a really old one. Let's see. What else do I like? Oh, this one's, I don't know if this is a favorite, but I've always really liked this one. This is an old one too. Thinking about going back to this old style where like I did this in the background a lot. I haven't done that in forever. I used to do that on like every card that I did. I'd have some sort of background splatter. It was a lot more inky. I haven't done that in a really long time. This is an old one I did. It's pretty good. Pretty fun. This one comes close to being one of my favorite altars ever, because it was the very first altar I ever did that I like sold and made money with. This Nightmare was really fun to do. You know, now that I'm like looking back at some of these old ones, I'm kind of thinking like it'd be sure nice to go back to this old style. Here's one that's like a fan favorite. Like a lot of people really like this one. The Japanese Umezawa's. Oh yeah. So funny enough that I just showed you Umezawa. You're talking about it. No, this is the Vendilion clip. This is Japanese. But the Vendilion clip was really fun too. The G. Hold on, let me find that one. I don't know where that one is. I'll find it and then I'll show it to you. I'm like just now taking a trip down memory lane with some of these. Did this panorama was really fun. That was a fun one. Oh, this one used to be mine. This was before my deck got stolen. I like that one a lot. I did that one for myself. I didn't sell that one. Here it is. I found it for you. And you can see the classic style, that background style I used to do all the time. Really shiny. Deck got stolen. Not just my deck. basically my entire collection since I was 7 years old was stolen. It was, I mean, I don't even want to say how much money was in it. And it wasn't just my collection, it was also at the time, it was all of my clients' cards that they had shipped to me that I had. So it was all of my clients' cards, all of my cards. Insurance didn't cover it, so I had to spend my own money to replace my clients' cards as much as I could. Some of those were like play sets of foil Japanese Zendikar Scalding Tarns and Candelabra of Tanos and Tabernacle and like there was some really expensive stuff that it set me really far behind. And that was just like my client stuff. Obviously, I never did recover my own stuff. So yeah, that really sucked. This one was really fun. This one was cool. I liked the opportunity to get to do all like the leaves in the background and stuff, and like the foil coming through is really nice on this one. This one will show you, so you see the foil coming through. I don't know why I like this one so much, but I've always liked this one too. It's very basic. Oh, that Dryad Arbor last week? That's the one? Yeah, that one was fun. This one was another one that I did for myself that was stolen. This was in my deck. I had a mono black deck that was completely altered. This old sketchy style I did, and it's like these ones are fun to do. Oh, this particular set of power that I did. This sketchy Breya. It's funny because I'm working on a Breya right now. This is totally different. This is what happens when someone sends me a Breya and says, just do what you want. And this is what happens when someone sends a Breya and says, do this. So this was a fun one to do. Let's see. That deck sounds beautiful. It was amazing. And it was really strong too. Like, I could never replace the deck because I can't afford the cards that were in it. I wish, my Diamond Valley, Abyss, Nether Void, my Tabernacle, there was just a bunch of high-end black cards and lands that I'll just never. Deck sounds beautiful. I love when you add color to it, like that Living Death is sweet. Same with your most recent Arcane Signet with the blue. So that Arcane Signet with the blue is one of my really good friends that lives here locally. He commissioned me for that. So yeah, that was. I don't add color very often, but when I do, it's like a little subtle pop, and I kind of like it too. Strange Thing to Steal can't. Yeah. So okay. So the problem with that is that I don't think that's kind of the sad thing is they're not in circulation anywhere. There's no hope of ever finding any of these things. I'm pretty sure probably $1 million at this point worth of Magic cards just is ended up in a landfill somewhere. I think because what happened is someone broke into my art gallery, which at the time I was using the back as a studio because I just moved here, and so I had all of my stuff there. And I think someone stole it stole my case, thinking it was a laptop or computer stuff, or I don't know. But they instead they opened it up and found a bunch of binders of nerd shit, and probably just chunked it in a garbage can somewhere. And I never did recover it. I did this set of power that I really enjoyed every piece of that one. Some pieces of it I love more than others, but I really enjoyed the way this one turned out. in particularly, I liked the emerald. The emerald was really fun. The emerald was good. The ruby was pretty darn good. I like the ruby too. What else did I like? Well, the lotus, of course. I enjoyed the lotus very much. And the jet. The jet turned out really cool. I think most of the regular, like everyone else's favorites, though, is probably the Ancestral Recall. I don't have a really good photo of that, I don't think. I did this Ancestral Recall. I call back to the original art there. Same with my Time Walk. Call back to the original art. And my Time Sifter was a callback to the original art as well. Wow, what happened? Let's see. The first one you ever saw was at Dryad Arbor. Maybe like the Sapphire. Wow, the Recall. This Jester's Cap is one of my all-time favorite altars. This one comes in really close to one of my favorites ever, because it was one of the first times I ever did, like, I'm over here trying to shine the gold for you. It's on my damn phone. Yeah, I'm stupid. It's the first time I ever did like a full gold border on a card, like for the background. Not the first time, but one of the first times that I did like a portrait in gold. Jester's Cap was one of my favorites. This set of let's turn it sideways here. This set of dual lands that I did. That was a fun set. Getting to do like the classic kind of. This one was one where a client wanted me to do Blade Runner theme. So that actually, I got to kind of take that and run with it. That one was really fun. Very kind of comic style. It's just, I don't know. It's not my favorite, but as I'm scrolling, I'm just kind of showing you guys random things. I really enjoyed it. Here's a controversial one. This is one of my favorite altars because I got to just kind of have fun and play around and do something different for a change. But a lot of people hated it. So here it is. It's this stupid mystical tutor that I got to just like do like a Vogue kind of cover art type thing just for fun. So it was seriously like a really fast altar of me just messing around, but I loved it so much, and like I wish people liked it more so that they'd ask me to do more. This one's a favorite of mine. It's hard to see in those photos, but like all of the little detail work that I did and the flowers and stuff is foil shining through, and so that was a really fun one to do. Loading text on the drain. Yeah. Loading text is fun. That's sarcasm. It's like, as in it sucks. This was an interesting design that I did to like stick with the theme of the card. the body being made out of the city. Like, this kind of giant god thing. It was really fun. I really like this Azami. See, I love that Mana Drain, and the Mystical is fun. Do you do a lot of smaller commissions anymore? Like just the border altars and stuff? I love drawing there and that, and really good. You should get a secret lair. Have they asked you to do? No. It's funny, almost every time I stream or post my stuff, people are always saying, when is Skooma secret lair? No, they have not asked me. They probably will never ask me. I would love to do a secret lair. I'd love to, but don't know how that's ever going to happen. As far as do I do smaller commission stuff anymore? Well, I might get the opportunity to do a Sliver Queen soon. You know, it's interesting, I don't. I used to get a lot when I'd go to the conventions and stuff before COVID, and then I haven't really gone to anything since COVID. And, you know, when I post the kind of top tier, high detail things that I've been posting lately, when people reach out to me, that tends to be, you know, that's what they want, because that's what they saw. And when I show them like other styles or older stuff that's, you know, a little less detail or whatever, they're just not as interested because they want the best. So yeah, so I don't get yes, well, if you pull the trigger, we'll make it happen. Everyone likes this one. This one's a more semi-recent one that I did that turned out really good, a really good portrait. And then I felt like this one was pretty good. This one was pretty cool when you get like all the detail in it. You see the gold, the veil, and everything. I thought that was fun. This one hurt my hand a lot. Tends to be a lot of people's favorite altar of mine. Is this Gitrog. Krenko's a new favorite for you? I'm actually getting to this Krenko. I'm pretty close to it. It's this one. The old mob boss. Yeah, he was fun too. It's interesting because I've got these like, you know, I love doing the sketchy stuff. Just the sketchy, inky stuff. You know, they're. Now this one was fun. I did not get a lot of good reception on this one, but man, I loved doing this one. I thought the design was great. I loved like the little Remora fishies that I did with the skulls. But yeah, people didn't like it that much. I don't know. But one that people loved was this rose that I did. This like, I don't know, I just did a flower and everyone was like, "Oh, it's so great." Talking about earlier cards that I did, where I don't normally use a lot of color, but when I do, I really like to do some cool. This is a secret. This card and several other cards like it are going in a deck of a client and a friend of mine, and so he's getting multiple cards with color in them. So like the whole deck is gonna be this style eventually. Yeah, see here's 3 that are going in the same deck. I really love loved that Birds of Paradise. That's probably one of my top I've done in a while. People suck. Why wouldn't people like that? I don't know. You know, it's really interesting to see what people love and what they hate. You know, like a lot of people really like this one. I mean, I like it, but it wasn't like my favorite. But a lot of people liked it. What tends to be the things that I really love doing that are my favorites are the ones that I'm like, oh man, I'm so excited to post this one and people are gonna love it. I'm really proud of this, and I'll post it and I'll get like 12 likes on it. And then one that like I do because some client was like, do this thing, and I'm like, okay, and I do it, and I'm like, I don't really like this at all, or I don't, you know, I didn't understand, like, I don't watch this anime or this whatever, but like I did it however they said, and I don't think it's that good, but you know, good enough that, you know, obviously I'm proud of my work. I'm not going to send out something that I don't like, but it's not like my favorite. So I'm like, all right, I'll post it, and it'll get like 300 or more like likes like right away, and I'm like, what is going on? Here's that arcane signet that you were talking about where I used the blue. On the ring. This one's one of my favorites. I've always liked this one when I got to use color. I used a lot of color on this one. Like, here's one that I put a lot of time into that people didn't really like. I did this Chaos Orb. Didn't get a really good reception on it. I got to use color. Is that because you just don't use color very often, or because people don't want color? Both. Like, my personal preference is to not use much color. There are some designs where I just think, man, that would be really cool to play around and do color. Or like when a client specifically says, hey, I'd like color, like, it's just, I don't know, it's a nice change of pace that even though it's not like my favorite thing to do, because it breaks it up and I get to do something different, it's fun. It's fun to just do that every now and then. This is another one that didn't get really good reception. I enjoyed that one. Another one that didn't get good reception. What's this Force of Will that I did? One that did get a lot of good reception. What is this? Yuriko. When I use color. People like the color. What platform do I post them on? I normally post on Instagram primarily, but also Facebook, Twitter, Reddit. Twitter, I get like zero interaction and engagement. Reddit, I just cannot understand. I could post a masterpiece on Reddit and get one little thumbs up on it, and you know, but then like I go and I, like, my daughter posts her stuff, I'll post her stuff on Reddit and she'll get 1,000, you know, likes and a ton of commission requests, you know, so it's like I don't know what people like on Reddit. It's like a whole different culture of people on Reddit. So yeah, I don't know. Mythic symbol on the 4th is real, is beautiful. The rest of the card really just made it pop. I like this one. This one recent, more recent. Got to use color on this one for the tattoos. This one really pops. Got the glowing eyes. Here's one I got to do a long time ago. This was a totally different kind of commission that I thought was super fun, but I got to do a Game Boy. I got to do a custom Game Boy. So that one was fun. Yeah. Yeah, the Urza was. Back when I had longer hair. This one was a really fun one. I did this one kind of recently. I like that one a lot. These ones, everyone liked these ones. The detail that went into these guys. And then the other one. Two of them. Those guys really hurt my hand. Here's a sketchy style I got to do kind of recently. I really like this one a lot. I like being able to go back kind of to my old style. This one harkened back to a real old style that I used to do with this kind of sketchy. I haven't done this one in a long time, since like back when I did those dual lands. And then I got to do this huge panorama. So it's like a bunch of zombie tokens. This one was really fun. I did this one for one of my best friends' wedding. They had a Borderlands themed wedding. So this was my, let's see if I can get it to focus on it. I don't know why it's not focusing all of a sudden. There it is. Yeah, this one was fun to do. I don't ever do lots of color like that. This one was like way what I did. I did this as my gift for their wedding. Got their little initials on the tattoo there. Here was one people didn't like or get. Like, this one was fun. I did all of these for the same client, the Fleetwood Mac. Those are several years apart. I did these ones up here. Actually, funny enough, I did those the exact same time I did that Game Boy commission. So that was a long time ago. And then these ones are more recent. Came back, and what's interesting is that I had to then try and mimic the same style that I did the old ones in, and not make them too good, so that they all matched with the same background style and everything. So that was this one was a very fun commission. Obviously, I really liked the one I did for Post Malone. I think it turned out pretty good. But this is kind of one of those ones where I was talking earlier, like I wish I would have been able to zoom in and do a more a closer feed. Because like, look at this. Look, that's a penny. Look how. Let me see if I can zoom it to focus it here. That was so hard to get that detail, and like to make it kind of resemble him, you know. I wish that I would have been able to do something, you know, like this size. Then I really could have, you know, done well with it. This one was really fun. This is a new one. This wheel. A lot of detail in this one. This is probably one of my new favorites. Like if I'm trying to show someone an altar to like showcase, like this is one of my new favorites. I really love this one. You're biased, yeah. Well, the wheel's yours. And then this is another one, obviously, that's a good showcase for like when people are like, "What can you do?" Like, I'll show them this. And then now we're on to like super new stuff. The Yuriko is awesome. The Nagila is awesome, and the Reaper King is pretty darn sick. So like some of my new stuff is just, you know. But you can see like, you see that like super detailed portrait style stuff, and then, you know, sometimes I just want to go back and do, you know, something sketchy. I haven't done that in forever. I'm trying to show like an example. Let's go back to all the way to the beginning. You know, like you saw the like. Sometimes I just want to go back and do something like this. You know, one of my very first altars, just a sketchy inked kind of thing. You know, get a cool mind slaver going. Old innocent blood. Very grungy. I haven't done stuff like that in forever. This old soul ring I've showed you guys already, but like I like stuff like that. Back when these ones. When I did this set of knights. All sketchy, those are fun. Anyway. Spuna that was super sketchy. Not super detailed in the face, like it's just a basic sketch. You're seriously in a league of your own. How have you not completely blown up? My friend showed me that Nagila, telling me it was the best altar he'd ever seen. Well, that's cool. As far as how have I not completely blown up, I mean, I have. I only recently started streaming, like, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, I think. So, like, the streaming is new, and I haven't been advertising, and I've been, but, like, as far as, like, in the altar scene, I'm pretty sure everyone knows Skooma. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, when I used to go to conventions, especially like when I went to Command Fest and stuff, where, those are the people who commission altars primarily, I got recognized. Like people, like the whole weekend, like people want to come up and take my picture or have me sign something or say, hey, I'm a client and you bought this, like I still have it, would you sign it? Or like things like, can I play a game with you? It was like really surreal and weird. So like that happened quite a bit. And then ever since, like, I thought it would do more once like Post Malone commissioned me, or like once I did that commission for Post Malone, but he never he never posted about it. He never tagged me or did anything. So like that was kind of a bummer. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been doing this for a really long time, and I'm really terrible at social media. I don't post all the time. Sometimes I don't even post an altar when I'm finished with it. Like I'll end up posting like 5 altars at once because I'm like, oh, I haven't posted in a while, and I've done like people. I don't know, like there's the whole algorithm and stuff. So if I'm not staying relevant, it's like people discover me for the first time all over again every couple months because I'll go months without posting anything and then flood with a bunch of posts. And I know that that's not awesome, but I don't know. I'm working on it. Yeah, the stream is fresh. Like, if you look at my YouTube videos and stuff, like, I streamed a few times, like, several years ago, but I mainly used my YouTube channel and my Twitch for streaming a video game that I played all the time. So I didn't really have a following for live streaming my art. Now I'm doing this every Tuesday so that I can, kind of really honestly hold myself accountable and make sure that I'm getting stuff done. How long do commissions usually take you? I assume a few days. So to do one of these, to actually like physically sit down and do it, from like design, concept, sketching out, prepping the card, transferring the image, doing all that stuff, and then sitting down and doing this, it's a couple days. But I have a really long list, like a backlog. So right now, a new client that comes in for something like this is Sad Swordsman. How long did you wait? And granted, some of my a lot of my clients that are older clients that are just now getting their stuff, they were my clients back when all my stuff was stolen. They were my clients when I had the studio fire 2 years ago. So I've had several setbacks that have added time onto my turnaround. That really sucks for me, for all of them. But generally speaking, my wait list is around 2 years right now for a turnaround. From like, if you were to commission me today for a really high end something and say, hey, I want this, and you don't want to pay the priority fee, then that's about how long it takes me to get to it, because I got to work my way down the list. Hey, our music stopped. Is that overwhelming? Is it kind of just it is what it is? Both? The answer is yes. It is very overwhelming, but it is what it is. You have a kind of a cocktail of perfect ingredients here, where there's a combination of when I was starting out, I didn't know how to price myself, so my halters were really cheap compared to what they are now, and I slowly raised my prices over time to get to where I am now. But then you combine like I said, the theft and then the fire and all the different things that have put me behind, with the fact that a lot of those clients that have been waiting bought cards back when my cards were really cheap, means that like I'm I'm probably at least a year out before I hit a streak of clients that are going to be paying me a good chunk on the back end. So like every time I finish a card, it's usually something that either they don't owe me anything on anymore because it's been forever since they paid it, or they only owe me like $100. So it's like, you see me doing a lot of things, and this isn't the general rule. Some people pay priority, and but like it's a little overwhelming because I'm getting paid years ago salary, not so when I say, hey, this is what I charge, like I'm not getting paid that every day when I work. I'm getting paid like retroactively or whatever. It's hard to explain, but it sucks. And then yeah, you waited about 2 years, got a new Instagram, so account was lost. Yep. So yeah, about 2 years, but I mean, I'd like to say it was worth it, right? But like, I know that's ridiculous. I know that's very frustrating, and just any other altar artist out there would look at me and be like, it took you how long to deliver for your clients? Like, that's just unacceptable. But like, I mean, it is what it is. I'm working all the time trying to get these done, and in the meantime, I also, this isn't everything. Like, I've got a family. I mean, you guys see my studio, so I do the larger stuff and the events and the other things to pay the bills, and so that's why I scheduled these streams every Tuesday, is because I found that more often than not, if I tried to do, I'd come into the studio and be like, oh man, I got to get this card done, I got to get this one prepped, and then I've got to start working on this canvas, and I got to do this thing, and then I got to have these business meetings, and I got to meet with this client, and then I got to go down the street to the OK Contemporary, and I got to do like all these things. I realized, like, if I'm trying to do everything every day, then nothing was getting done. But now I've kind of got it scheduled to where, Mondays I do this, Tuesdays I do streaming, Wednesdays I do this, Thursdays, you'll see. So like my Mondays are spent prepping for the stream and getting all my cards prepped and doing all that for the week. And then I work on this, and then kind of holds me accountable, and I get a lot more done that way. But it is overwhelming. It's back when my prices were cheaper, I would post a new card, and when I'd post a new card, about 5 or 6 people would message me with an inquiry and be like, hey, are you doing commissions? I'd like this is what I'd like, and how much? And I'd say this much, and they'd be like, yeah, let's do it, and they'd pull the trigger, send me the money, and we'd be good to go. Like, every time. Like, I wasn't getting anybody saying, ooh, that's expensive. And so what I did is I buried myself in too much work, because my prices weren't high enough. And so I committed to too much, and then I raised my prices, and so now when I post something new, I'll get 5 or 6 inquiries, and then when I say my pricing, the majority of those just ghost me completely and disappear, and then usually about 2 of them will say, oh, okay, cool, let me think about it, and I'll get back to you, and of those 2, one of them will get back to me and do something usually. But that one person is paying more than 8 people paid back when I buried myself in work. So I just have have to dig myself out. It's going to take me a really long time still. One day I'll get there, hopefully, when not piss everybody off because they've been waiting for so long. But, you know, with everything that's happened, the fire, the theft, we had an ice storm a couple years ago that was really bad. That kind of set me back a little bit. I had COVID for like a month recently. Like, there's just a bunch. But all that considered, I've had many opportunities to just quit altering and say, hey, yeah, I'm out, delete my account and be done. But, you know, especially since, like I said, like, I'm not getting paid. I'm barely getting paid for any of this new stuff that you see me pumping out. Because it's all back end, like backlog stuff. So it's a whole lot of work for a whole lot of nothing. Like, just very, very little compensation. And that's really overwhelming. But, you know, I made promises and I made a commitment. And so, you know, I'm just trying to get it done, you know. But it is a lot of people to communicate with. And, you know, between Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, you know, all the different social media places people have commissioned me, like, it's kind of hard to keep them all in, like, keep track of everybody and reach out and be like, hey, you know, like, there's been some people I've reached out to and been like, hey, you're coming up in my list, you know, I haven't forgotten about you. And they're like, oh, well, I totally forgot about this and I can't believe you're actually getting back to me. And I'm like, oh, well, okay, well, I'll still do it. Let's see. Here we go. Let's finish up this. You work really hard, you'll catch up soon enough, and it will start getting more fun and rewarding. I think having a schedule is going to help. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it already has, right? Like, the very first day that I did this, I streamed for like 6 hours, and I got I did that Yuriko and that Najila in the same, you know, 6 hour, 7 hour long session. I mean, obviously I had prepped it all beforehand, and, it was what did I do? I did the Reaper King, and anyway, I did like three altars. I got a lot done, and it was great. Which, you know, as busy as I wasn't getting 3 altars done a week, you know, before I scheduled it. Oh, yeah, yeah. What I really need is new commissions. So to elaborate on like what I was saying with how I get paid, the majority of work you see me finishing is old commissions, old clients that have already paid me either in full or they're 50% up front, and then they'll pay me the 50% on the back end on my old pricing. So like at the most on like a really high end 2-card commission, I'll get $300 on the back end. That's how cheap I used to be. But my new stuff, you know, when I'm charging, you know, $1,500 to $2,000 per, you know, per really high end or whatever, you know, 50%, it's $1,000 up front, $1,000 at the end. You know, it's really that $1,000 deposit, you know, that upfront cost that really kind of helps keep me afloat. It's not the little ones on the end that I'm getting. So it's not finishing work that's getting me paid and paying my bills. It's pulling in new work at the new prices. So that's really helpful. Let's see. I don't know if you guys have noticed this whole time, but I've kind of been nursing this apple. I'm surviving off of it right now. I never do lunch on these days. We're getting there. We're getting there. I gotta go get ready for work. Thanks for talking. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did. Have fun at work, and I will reach back out to you later to continue our discussion and try and convince you to pull that trigger. See you, man. Oh, sorry. I'm way down. Do I get to play Magic much? What was that series you were on, the Altar one recently? I'm not sure I was on an Altar series recently. I'm not sure what you're talking about. No, I don't get to play Magic much anymore. I want to. I thought about starting up a weekly, like, Magic Commander Night type stream thing where I streamed it here in my studio and did some kind of casual stuff where all the decks had altars in them, or we'd have, like, guest appearances of, like, clients of mine or people who were collectors who would come and play cards with me in my play group. And I thought about, like, I wanted to set something up like that, but it's just it's a lot of moving parts and a whole lot of effort. I mean, is that the Altar series you're talking about, like the one that I kind of posted of, like, just pictures of in my studio of us playing? I'm not really sure. It's on your Insta. I must have misunderstood it. Altered Night in your studio. You said it might get posted to YouTube. For some reason, I thought it was a gameplay video. Oh, so it was. But my play group is a bunch of military guys, and their mouths are filthy, so I couldn't post it to YouTube. And so yeah, it was Altered Night. I was gonna call the stream. I was gonna call the page or whatever Altered, and it was gonna be once a week I'd post a video called Altered, and it would be a play group sitting around playing Commander, and all the decks would have altered cards, and the twist would be we would play for graffiti ante. So we would start the games by anteing the top cards of our decks into the middle of the table, and then whoever won the pod get to take all the cards in the middle and doodle or draw or put stickers on or whatever, like alter them, and then they go back in the decks, and then you can. So that was kind of like the idea I was going to do. Just get a bunch of altar artists to and altar collectors and stuff, and kind of create a whole thing on that. But it's a lot. Especially trying to do it every week and like expecting, people to fly in and just to play a game of Magic on stream,
the sharp, bold, geometric stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Seeing this across the table would definitely help the mood as I get destroyed and comboed out of the game. I couldn't even be mad. That's usually the idea. Alright, I'm going to go spray this. Accidentally smudge it. Alright, let me go spray this real quick. Just letting it dry for a second. Alright, should be dry. Now, ooh, we're so close to done. So close. you ever do a card that makes no sense to get altered, like a Kurt Ape or something? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. I don't. I mean, it's rare, I guess, because especially with the prices that I charge for. It's funny to me because to me, I don't care what card I'm altering. Like, it's a piece of cardboard, no matter what, that's my canvas. Like, you're not paying for the card that's being altered, you're paying for the art that's going on it. So it's the same no matter what. But for some reason, so many people are like, oh, I can't justify, altering a land or, like just something simple. Or dumb that they use for their deck or it's their favorite card or whatever, but it's like it's a cheap card, so it's not worth spending that kind of money to get it altered. And that just doesn't make any sense to me. But like, I mean, even recently, what was it? What was I saying? Let's see, put it on my Instagram. Even recently, this card that I did, I mean, this card is like I said, one of my favorites and one of my better ones. And it's on a Pia's Revolution. Like it's not a commander. It's not a planeswalker or anything like fancy. It's not even really a staple. So sometimes it happens. I don't particularly care because it's all canvas to me. What I wish would happen more often is that someone that's a Magic client would say, oh, you know what? Never mind. I don't want an altar. I want one of your big pieces. That would be cool. That's what I want to happen more. I want to be able to do my gunpowder stuff more often for my Magic clients. Or, I mean, if someone wanted to spend the money to have me alter an entire burn deck, then I could use my gunpowder and stuff on that. Someone would be willing to let me do that. That'd be cool.
spray.
All right. Fun part. Fun part. We get to add some silver. Oh man. I'm gonna use a brand new brush for this guy. I know you typed something, but I'm really focused on this for a second. So give me just a sec. Said Pia's Revolution is the one I show friends when I talk about you and your work. It's probably my favorite this year. Oh, thank you. It is a really good one, yeah. The fact I get to talk to someone and get responded to is already more than I can say for most content creators. Not something I expect. Well, to be clear, I think you are my only viewer, so I'm not an awesome content creator that's just responding to you out of my hundreds of people trying to get my attention. We'll get there. Or we won't. Still cool. Just remember my name when your chat is too fast to talk to. Oh, I will. I will. Just the way to do that, to like guarantee, is there's a little place where you can go and you can donate, and then when you donate, it'll do this. See? And then I know, and then I can be like, oh, I remember that guy, and I'll talk to you. Interesting. Look like a glowing sword. It's pretty cool. She's evil. She's good. She's evil. She's good. Alright, so now all I gotta do is the background. And I think I'm gonna do Yay. Hey, I know that guy. Thanks, man. Alright. Let's spray it and get the letters off. Alright. We are almost done. Now we just gotta pull off all this stuff, which sucks. You still listening to Thunder Jackson while you work? I would be. Sounds really good right about now. Is that an eraser? Yeah. Yeah, it's a tiny eraser. Tiny eraser, razor blade, big fat marker, slightly larger marker, smaller marker, really tiny marker, or pin. I guess they're pins. And then little super tiny point blunt thing, bigger one, little pencils, everything tiny. Plus I have all of these things that I use, and all of these things that I use, etc. Punch brushes. There it is, finished, I think. Done. Came in at 5 hours. Pretty much almost on the dot, 5 hours. You're in love with this one? You want another one? We can do another one. You're going to be mad I still haven't gotten to the post office. So there's time. I do have everything addressed in the envelopes and everything ready to go. So I was going to try and get to it today if I finished the stream in time, but I didn't. So I'm going to go tomorrow morning. Alright, we are finished. I guess one more coat. Spray on it. I don't even want to put a frame on this one. I think it's pretty good. Although, just a black frame would be pretty nice. I don't want a frame. Do I want a frame? I don't know if I want a frame. Let's do a little frame. I'm doing this off camera because I'm awesome. All right. Spray it and finish. It's all done. We did it. We did it. Ta-da! We'll get some good photos of it. Post it up soon. All right, I think that's it for today. I'm gonna go use the restroom and finally eat something. So thanks for sticking around, hanging out. Hopefully soon we'll build up some viewers and get more people in here to strike up some conversations. But I really appreciate those of you who are here and stayed and talked. It's pretty awesome. And I hope you guys have an awesome day for the rest of your day. And I'll see you here same time next week. Peace out.